facility. It's we got a lot to do yet, so bear with us as far as we're gonna get it green and pristine here as time goes on. And there's a lot of people that we'd like to thank that put in a lot of work to help us get to this point. So we'll be talking about those people throughout today and tomorrow. Today we'll have some qualifying going on, and everybody will kind of get their rotation down. My name is Dirt Bike Doug. I'm here with Adam. And we're going to have a lot of fun here. You guys are going to see some sprint boat races. We're getting ready to start doing some qualifying here as we get set to, how many rounds of qualifying are we going to have, Adam?
So we got a little bit smaller class size for this afternoon's event. So usually we shoot for 4 or 5. From what I'm hearing, we're going to probably be looking at anywhere between 5 and 7. So it just depends on how quickly these guys get this rotation down and start zooming along. At the midway point, probably after 3 qualifiers, we're going to introduce the crowd to our drivers and navigators. So you'll be able to put a face to the folks you see in the boat. And of course, we're just looking forward to talking to you about these racers throughout the day. Coolest thing going on right now, Doug, is the first couple races of the year, we've actually had back-to-back winners in each class. So we're going to have 3 different reigning winners going for a three-peat. So fun thing to watch this weekend.
Kind of going for that ASBR championship, is so following the circuit around, and so the next round is, I believe, Yakima, right? They
Yes,
have a new
sir.
facility going in.
Yep, brand new facility opens up at the Yakima Fairgrounds in just a couple of weeks from this weekend. So lots of exciting things going on in the sprint boat world here in the western U.S. Of course, ASBR Pro Racing Series, thrilled to be back here in Lewiston again for the 2nd time. So excited to see how it goes. And yeah, like you were saying, Yakima in a couple of weeks, so lots of cool stuff going on in this sport right now.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things, and of course, I'm kind of new to this. I come from the motorsports world as far as motocross and supercross and all that kind of stuff. But this has been a lot of fun as I've become a fan after doing this, the first event, and I just really enjoyed seeing all the teams work together behind the scenes to get the boats. And if somebody has a problem, they kind of work together, and it's just a lot of camaraderie and a lot of teamwork amongst the teams. So it was really cool to see. It kind of brought me into and how technical the boats are. There's a lot of stuff going on in those things.
Oh yeah, these guys. It's amazing what they've been able to do with these machines. And you folks are going to get to see it for yourself firsthand today. It's pretty awesome. And I'm starting to hear from the radio chatter. Sounds like they're about ready to go.
All right, we're going to get things fired up. We'd also like to say a special thank you to the U.S. Air Force. We cannot thank the people enough that protect our country. So thank you. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen and race fans from all over the world, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon bird singing up, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome, race fans. We're getting ready to fire these boats up, and let's see if these guys can figure out this rotation a little quicker than we did the last time. I was able to kind of look it over a little bit, and it seems, I don't know, I don't know nothing, but it seemed a little made a little more sense to me.
Yeah,
I mean, so a little more.
user friendly.
Yeah. Just so we'll check this out, see how we start off. And once again, race fans, if it's your first time here at these, they start off slow. They got to get the rotation down, and it is quite a feat. They have every channel is numbered, and then they have a rotation that they have to follow, whether it be 1, 7, 8, 6, 5, 3, 7, 10, 11, and then nothing's numbered, as Greg Biffle would say. How come nothing's numbered?
Right, exactly. And so this rotation, they actually just got this morning. So this is brand new for all these guys, and they got to memorize it before they get out on the track right now. So there were no practice runs like going on last night, folks, or anything like that. These folks don't get to start until right now. So we're going to watch them kind of learn this rotation. You can follow along with us, folks, on this rotation. If you hear us say DNF, that means did not finish, means that they lost their rotation at some point. So they'll learn, try and get it again the next time.
And so what they're looking for is a clean run.
Yes, exactly. Looking for a clean run. Again, like you were saying, we'll probably see them start off slow a little bit, because kind of getting it down, but they get moving faster and faster and faster. And also, you're going to see the power on these boats continue to get stronger throughout the morning, because there are 3 classes. We've got a modified class, a 400 class, and an unlimited class. They all run in that order, and these boats are more powerful and more powerful per class. So you're going to see some interesting time differences between classes, and these are just some awesome boats, awesome people that are in them. You've got your driver, navigator sitting next to them. The navigator is directing with all hand signals, because it is loud, as you folks can hear up there. They are not really able to hear each other, so driver is just watching for those hand signals, and let's see what they can do here in Lewiston for the second time.
Yeah, and it's kind of a navigator is just trying to help the driver remember and keep everything kind of as they go through this section. Remember this section, and it's a kind of and I can see why they have a navigator. It just helps the driver remember where to go. I mean, that'd be tough to come out here this morning and try and figure this thing out.
100% too, and I mean, like we're looking, down on the track, so yeah, we could follow this rotation. Imagine being in those boats, Doug. I mean, you're what, maybe 3 feet above the water,
right?
And you'll see how fast these guys are going. These are, microseconds they have to make these decisions, and this competition comes down to microseconds. We actually had one of our classes decided last week in Port Angeles. A difference of 2,000ths of a second made the difference between who won and who lost. So pretty interesting stuff.
That's impressive that they can all, after all that, they can just end up that close together.
Yep. Well, we're going to see it right now live. The 208 boat in the water. Green flag is up.
Here we go.
Rogers Racing starting things off for us. This is TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. These guys like to keep it classy. Their fire suits come complete with a tie, so they got the fire suit and tie on in theirs. Fun group of guys to watch.
That's going to be fast around that outside, around that horseshoe on the outside, basically.
Yep.
They call that NASCAR, I guess.
All right, so that one is going to be a DNF there. They almost had a clean run, but looks like a...
See, we don't know, and later we'll be able to tell, but we haven't seen a clean run. We don't know that either until we don't know the difference yet, so we're kind of waiting on the scorers to give us the information.
Yeah, we're going to get some clarification here on the finish spot.
Special thanks to Rogers Motors and all the guys at Rogers. They put in a lot of work to get this thing up and running, and we appreciate those guys, along with Gateway Materials and Trailers, your leader in steel trailers, boat trailers, and more. Go check those out for all your trailer needs. Of course, Bob Jackson's Body and Repair, your auto body professional since 1968. Russell's Quality Roofing. Appreciate those guys at Russell's Roofing. Of course, Peters and Keats Equipment put in a lot of extra help here, and we appreciate all the folks at Peters and Keats Equipment. Discover the difference. And PPI Marine, a new sponsor we brought on here just recently, so welcome to the family, PPI Marine. HP HVAC. Don't forget the HP HVAC if you need your air conditioner repaired this summer and it's been hot. Call HP HVAC. Of course, Toyota Motor Corporation. Let's go places.
All right, Doug, got an update for you on this rotation. So we did indeed have a clean run there. A little bit of confusion on our end at the very end of that rotation. So we're so used to seeing these boats head back in towards the launch. But with us using transponders for timing, they did indeed have a clean run, just went back underneath that transponder to cut their time at the end. So, folks, your official time, 43.460. That's the start of today's event. That's Jolly Rogers, TJ Burrows, and Keith Brownsberger. So, again, learning the new track, but these guys got it down right the first time. And hey, you know what? A clean run to start things off. We're all off to a better start than last time around. It was rough when we first started this track. So.
That is definitely a nice start to this weekends of racing here. So isn't this our winner from last time?
Sure is. Yep, this is Checkmate out here. So they broke in this track the first race of the season, went home with the checkered flag. They followed it up in Port Angeles last week with a win again. So they're looking for a three-peat right now.
Yeah, I kind of remember they're pretty quick.
Oh, yeah. This is Frank and Kelly Top to Mark. They're seasoned veterans in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. So they're really good. They always put on a good show. So we'll see what they can do for us to open things up here. I'm seeing the track continuing to come together here, looking good out there. That's going to be a clean run. Almost feels kind of like a shoe tying rotation.
Yeah, right?
So official time on that one, 42.602. That's Checkmate's Frank and Kelly Top to Mark. So starting off with a clean run. Again, modified class, a little on the smaller side today, so just a couple of boats there. So we're going to move into the 400s now.
Do we go straight to the two cut on that, or how's that work?
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. So we're going to go into the 400 class now, folks. Starting things off is also a winner from last time we were here. We saw Jolly Roger last time, the 180 boat. It's Eric Warner and Jen Farmer. So
yeah, he was battling with Cletus McFarland. They're kind of going back and forth there.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, that was cool. That last time we had Cletus here along with Greg Biffle.
Yeah.
So a couple of guys, that have many hats in the motorsports world and, definitely talented in what they do. Eric himself, he's a pilot in his day job, so pretty talented guy in the boat there as well.
Yeah,
so they put on a good show for us last time.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
And you can see right away, folks, the difference between just the modifieds and the 400s there. Again, just amazing. These guys just got this rotation this morning, and they're already getting it down. That's going to be 3 clean runs in a row to start things off. So
that gets, and he was going fast.
Oh yeah,
he had that figured out quick. Island hoppers are just kind of chilling out there. That's what we got down here. Our island hoppers. If we do have a problem, they are to the rescue. Island hoppers. Nationally acclaimed. MotoJet in the house. Patrick will be driving our rescue boat and assisting the island hoppers in case we do have a breakdown and a tow back. So MotoJet in the house, and they build the best mini boats around, and they also built a recovery boat, and they put a little jet ski motor, and we got a little mini jet trailer in case we do have to haul one out of here. So appreciate MotoJet, Patrick, and the guys. And I know Sean Riddle was out here last time, Patrick Riddle out here this time, and Patrick, the son of Doug Riddle, the Riddle boats. Norm Riddle is his grandpa, been here, been in the valley a long time. Rich boating history from those guys. Hot Shop Espresso, a locally owned coffee shop here for over 25 years. 3 locations, including a cafe on Bryden. You can go in and sit down and have a nice coffee and visit with your friends. As we get ready for Nuck and Futz.
Yes, sir. Yep, Nuck and Futz back out here. They've been at every event so far this year. Also got an official time back on that Jolly Roger run. We're saying that 400 class kicks things up a notch. Well, 33.851.
Yeah.
So definitely see the difference in times right away. Nuck and Futz, they like to have fun out there, so we should see a pretty good run out of them here too.
He gave me a coolie cup and I use it, so I remember the name now.
There you go.
It's easier.
You can see with Nuck and Futz, they've got a 3rd crew member up top on their boat. That's Nucky, their mascot. Accompanies Brad on all of his runs. Brad with a different navigator this time around, Tanner Castle, his navigator. And it's a clean run.
Starting off pretty good.
Yes, sir. So it's like that's a clean run too. Just heard the official time in there, 45.429. Definitely a big change from last time we were out here.
Yeah, it's kind of a little more exciting to watch when they get some things moving right off the bat here.
For sure. And again, brand new track, first race for this track. And so they had their plans for the initial rotation, and our drivers and navigators did not get that rotation down safely last time. They just were not able to finish it, so made some on-the-fly adjustments in the last race. That was pretty unique. And again, you talked about the camaraderie earlier. That was an example of everybody coming together saying, hey, we want to put on a good show. And, again, inaugural race. You're going to be working the kinks out. They made it work. Ended up having a great weekend here in Lewiston.
Yeah, and the thing of it is like they put the rotation in without even knowing like how it's going to flow, right?
Because no one's allowed to do it until they practice.
Right, so they didn't know, and so they had to make some adjustments, which I think they did a great job on tweaking it halfway through Saturday. It sped things up. Everything seemed to go flow, and then by Sunday, man, that was a great show.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Out next, you see here, this is Stephen and Randy Church. They're with Bad Influence. They're the 156 boat, still in the 400s here. We said that we've got race teams from all over. We've got Canadian race teams, New Zealanders, or where the sprint boat racing world is initially out of. We've got some New Zealand teams here. We've had Australian teams as well. Of course, our American teams, and then from all over the United States. Like you were saying, last time we had Cletus came up from Florida and joined us, brought Greg Biffle with them. That was really cool. This team right here, they're from just southwest of us in Oregon, so Bad Influence. They come from Cheshire, Oregon. And then, of course, we're going to have our Washington and Idaho teams here as well, so should be a good weekend to race in. People coming from all over to check out ECMX Motorsports Park here in Lewiston. And there's another clean run.
Pretty impressive, actually. Looking pretty good. STIHL, the world's best equipment, whether it's chainsaws, lawn equipment, and now your leader in the battery-powered equipment as well. STIHL, still leading the way. John Saw Service is your local STIHL dealer for over 60 years. John Saw Service is your local leader in sales and service. So go visit John Saw Service, say hi to Steve, and tell him I sent you.
All right, official time came back in on that one, so that was bad influence again. It was a 35.160. You see them checking out the transponder down there. This is actually the first ASBR Pro Racing Series event that we've had that we've used transponders for our full timing. So interesting evolution in the sport there as well. Usually at some of our other tracks, we've got what are called these little eyes at the start and finish line. You'll see them if you follow us on ASBR Pro Racing Series on Facebook and watch any of our live streams. You'll see our other tracks we've had. Looks like a couple of sets of black tubing at the start and finish line where they've had these eyes in the past. So cool to have these transponders so that those times immediately get sent in. We just get them verified before they come to us. So again, these races can be decided by thousandth of a second. So transponder time comes in, gets verified with our official timers down there in that ASBR racing tent down by the pits.
So actually,
double, triple check
just
before we give those
give you a little
times
heads up. They actually use it in motocross, so we have.
Yep.
So you can actually log on to Speed Hive, and you could do sprint boats, and we could get the times here live as they're going through. I actually have the app on my phone.
Nice. And I heard them talk about that down in the pits earlier. It's kind of funny because the transponders, you know, like on your vehicle or like on the bike and stuff, got them pointing down to catch everything.
Yeah.
These are pointing them up. So I'm trying to grab it above you. So this is live wire out now. They've got two different boats in two different classes. So right now, this is a father-son team. In the 400 class, Matt, Vaughn's son, is the driver, and then Vaughn Trapp, dad, is the navigator. They've also been at each event so far this season. So we'll see what they do here. Another clean run. Transponder is down, but it's a clean run.
Rogers Toyota, Ryan River, and the crew are always involved in everything in the valley, including ECMX Park. Ryan and Eric put their heads together and come up with the sprint boat racing in the LC Valley. Rogers Toyota, we care about what you're driving. Of course, the Jones boys and Jones Excavation, they've been on board since day one here at EC, and they've been instrumental in getting the ECMX Park up and built. Brian and Austin do a great job, and they continue to support. They build the supercross tracks. They built the motocross track. They help do a lot of the dirt work that you see around here. They help build the road to the camping area and all the stuff that we got going as our facility progresses. Race fans, well, it's going to just take a little while because we only have so much time. We were trying to get a race here, and they're trying to get water in the dugout in the track. So it's just kind of one of those things. And the Jones boys have been here, kind of making everything happen as they can. And I was talking to Austin the other day, and he goes, "Well, there's only so many hours in the day." So I know he's been working hard, and they've been working hard, and so we appreciate it both with Brian and Austin. So thanks, you guys. Jones Excavation.
So we saw that transponder go down on us there, but they did register our time, so it was a clean run.
Okay.
And then they're just verifying times on that one right now, so we'll get that to you when we've got it, but it was a clean run. So far, all clean runs, so definitely getting this rotation down. Good thing to see. then we'll be back underway here in a minute. They're just going to get everything hooked back up there, so bear with us, folks. Again, just the second event ever for sprint boat racing at this park, so working out the kinks during the first season.
Yeah, they're getting it worked out. At least it's better than the first time, right? We got some transponders now, so they're kind of catching up. Transponders been around for a while. They've been in motocross, so and kart racing and all kinds of stuff. So it's not new. We're just trying to figure out how to make it work with the boats and the water and how all that kind of works. So
exactly. All right, so 36.695 was our official time on that one. So 400 class looking good. Once that's all squared away, we're going to get those unlimiteds rolling for you.
Unlimiteds coming. How many unlimiteds we got here?
This weekend, it's our biggest class. We got 8 of them.
Oh, good.
So
we got straight to the eight.
Gonna open it up a little more of them. So
if you could just get a clean run, you're in, right?
Pretty much.
On that note, Pepsi in the house, and we appreciate Pepsi. They've been on board with ECMX Park ever since we started. They are an official beverage here, and they take good care of everyone's thirst. And when it's warm out, grab yourself a Pepsi.
It looks like a key. Not like a lightning bolt or anything. It looks like a house key.
Hell's Canyon Grand Hotel. That's where they had the show and shine, and that is the host hotel here for the sprint boat races here in the ASBR and ECMX Park, and they take good care of everyone.
Oh yeah, we had a great time there last night at the show and shine, Doug. Hopefully fans are able to come out and check out some of these boats. If you missed it, be sure next year when you hear about the races, come check out that show and shine on the night before on Friday. Lots of fun. You get to hang out with the drivers, navigators. They'll answer all your questions about these boats, even tell you a little bit how you can get involved. If you're a business owner out there looking to sponsor, these guys would love to put your name on the side of their boat, show off your business to the area wherever we're racing.
Yeah, you can come down and if you got some stickers ready, you can slap a sticker on there. It just cost you some dinero.
Right.
And they take any sponsors they can.
Oh yeah. We're going to move into the Unlimiteds now. If you direct your attention towards the boat launch, just under the Bob Jackson Auto Body Repair lane there, you're going to be seeing Poison Ivy come out.
Holy moly, Rob Coley!
That is right, Doug. The 111 boat. One of our New Zealand teams.
Leighton told me to check out some, what I was trying to brush up. I don't know nothing about it, so I'm learning right before I announced the last one. And told me to check this out, and I log on YouTube. He comes up first, man. Spectacular crashes.
Oh, nice. Yep, fair enough. Yeah, they don't call him Rob Mad Dog Coley for nothing, so we'll see what he does for us here. Tanner Ward, his navigator.
Super nice guy too. He's really got to know him a little bit. Got to meet him a little bit. He's been at the shop and stuff, so it's been really cool.
Nice. This duo kind of a combination of the origins of sprint boat racing and the newest stuff, because again we got Rob from New Zealand, birthplace of sprint boat racing. Tanner is navigator from right here in Lewiston, so we're representing the hometown.
Yeah.
That's going to be a clean run. All right, so 41.385 the official time on that one. So
just kind of getting it warmed up there as these unlimited boats take to the water in their qualifying session. I'd like to thank Pole Barn Willie. He put in a lot of work out here, and he does a great job. Willie and his crew have built the nicest pole buildings in the area. And they also built the awesome boat launch cover that keeps all the drivers cool, and I think has kind of become popular in the sprint boat world as far as some more establishments putting that in.
Oh, 100%. We had nothing but positive feedback about that. That was something all the drivers and navigators were really happy to have, so they weren't used to it.
Yeah, I bet. So thanks to Pole Barn Willie's, built right. Rogers Motors bringing you this next driver. Adam, who we got?
Oh, this is pure insanity. This is River and Cole. They've picked up right where they left off. They moved into the Unlimited class this year. Last year they were the 400 class champs. Now they're in the Unlimited class. All they've done in that so far is win both races in that class so far this season. So, again, going for a three-peat here. That's a good start. It's a clean run. All right, official time on that one, 33.155. That's for River Rogers and Cole Keats.
It just starts to stick in there.
So the Unlimited's our largest class this weekend. Seen a couple out so far, and you recognize this next one coming out, don't you, Doug?
Yeah, I love the sound of this motor. I don't know nothing about motors, but it sounds like a monster truck to me. I'm a longtime monster truck announcer, so sounds like Bigfoot rolling up, getting ready to do a run here.
Yes, sir. The Meaner Machine. Richard Murray and Dave Eliason. Richard and Dave also from New Zealand. That was a good looking run right there. They were throwing some waves up on that one.
He's a good driver too. He puts in some good clean runs, and he's always right in there in that four-cut.
Well, they put together a good one here to start off their weekend. It's a 35.769.
And those times are going to come down as the day goes on, and then of course we get in tomorrow, and we're gonna be into the 20s for sure. I don't know, 28s, 29s, 27s. What do you think?
I think you're onto something there, Doug. It's we were talking about this earlier. The rotation seems like it's a little quicker, like a kind of a shortened rotation this time around. So definitely going to see what kind of time these guys put up. The only thing I think that's going to keep them from really maxing out is there's a lot of loops on this one. So got to hold back just a little bit on some of those. But
yeah, it kind of starts out kind of fast and then kind of tightens up there at the end. And so, but I think it's definitely a quick course.
All right, this is 33 coming into the water now. Bootleggers, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan.
Oh, careful. Bootlegger driving like he stole it.
Right? That's going to be another clean run. All right, so Bootlegger getting a clean run there. One of the quicker ones we've seen so far. And just getting things started. Going to be another hot one this weekend, but these guys are going to be used to it after last time we were here, so.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot cooler.
Oh, yeah. So this is Wicked in the water now. This is Dan Morrison, Sammy Gustafson. They're in the number 10 boat. Dan's actually the president of the ASBR Pro Racing Series, and this is going to be his final season. He made that announcement earlier this year, so you know he's going to want to go out on top.
Well, he's a good driver.
Oh yeah, he's a I want to say 8-time unlimited champ now. So he says he's retiring at the end of the year, but I don't know if he's. I guess it depends on if he wins the championship this year or not. Wicked Racing out of Port Angeles, Washington. That's home to one of our other tracks, Extreme Sports Park. That's going to be a clean run. All right, so official time on that one, 35.399 for Wicked. So we're seeing a lot of low to mid 30s on our times in the unlimited class. So yeah, I think you're right. We could definitely see 25, 30 seconds by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, they're starting off there. I mean, they're definitely going to get faster.
Kind of a bummer for one of the boats in the unlimited class. I was talking to them earlier down on the launch, just around our race meeting. Hooligans, they're the 7-Eleven boats, Jesse Hart and Michelle Heindel. They came from Boise, planning on racing this weekend. I guess the boat was up and running fine at home by the time they got here. Can't get it running this morning. So want to shout out to the Hooligans. Thanks for being here. We're going to recognize them. They just not able to race this weekend, but they're going to be down hanging out with their crew and helping out our other drivers and navigators. So they still want to have a good time and be part of the action. So glad you're still with us, Hooligan, even if you can't be on the water.
Yeah, that's what's cool about that. I've noticed that just in my few times here. They do kind of, they're all camaraderie. They work together. They help each other out, and I think that's really cool in this sport.
Oh, yeah. So this is Livewire out in their unlimited boat. It's the O2M boat. Green flag is up. And here they go. So 400 class Livewire, it's just O2. Unlimited class, this totally different boat, still number 2, but it says O2M. That's because they're burning methanol. Kind of just a warning to everybody in the unlimited class because, you know, if there's a fire or anything like that, this stuff burns clear. So that M kind of gives island hoppers and other folks a warning on if there's any sort of issues, just be cautious, extra cautious. There's another clean run. So official time on that one's 46.043. Definitely see these drivers and navigators getting down this rotation pretty easily this morning so far. And you know, you may be starting to figure it out yourself watching, either if you're watching online or up in the stands. If you want to follow that rotation, they do have it published now. It's on EC Enterprises Motorsports Parks Facebook page. It is the rotation that we're running, so be sure to check that out if you want to follow along. Maybe trace it with your finger a little bit.
Well, then walk away and try to remember all those numbers that you just looked at and see if you can imagine that in your head.
Right.
That's what I'm like.
I mean, I've been looking up and down the rotation throughout the morning, and I'm still trying to get it down.
It's kind of, but when you can see it, actually see it on the course once it's run, that it helps us as announcers. Like, I get it, right?
Right,
but
right.
To drive it, like you said, they're 3 feet off the water. They're going at speeds of up to like 50, 60, 70 miles an hour at times, and trying to turn these things and remember where they're going.
Yeah. when we were at Port Angeles, I was talking to a couple of race teams, and they also like share tips and tricks with each other. And one of the racers, he was telling me that he learned from another crew. He was like, yeah, so-and-so, they actually use landmarks instead of really worrying too much about the rotation itself. They figure out landmarks based on the rotation, and so they know, like, okay, so headed toward the beer gardens is where I'm going to turn left. You know, I'm going to, you know, cut right over by when I see the ambulance coming into view. So just learning different ways of getting it down.
Oh,
So that was kind of
yeah.
interesting way of doing it. It'd probably be the easier way for me to do it.
Yeah,
Of course, I mean,
right.
I also lived in North Dakota for a chunk of years, so you did everything in landmarks anyway. It wasn't 120 miles away, so it was, it's, 2 hours.
Everything's a whiteout, so you got to kind of.
Right. Turn right at the tree,
Yeah.
60 miles down the road.
That's how we used to get the dirt bike races.
All right, this is Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly, Cody Holzer. They were neck and neck. If you were out here last time, folks, in Lewiston, Preventing Insanity and Pure Insanity, it was just all day long. They were battling it out with each other all weekend. And they respectively took first and second place. That was where Pure walked away with the win. Preventing Insanity was right behind him. So Leighton maybe looking for a little revenge this time around. And there's a clean run.
Yeah, Leighton's kind of methodical. He kind of try and figures out the track. He kind of starts off kind of slow. He kind of slowly eases into it. He doesn't leave anything on the table, and he kind of try and build up. This weekend, Cody Bristlin's going to be his navigator because the Holzer couldn't do it, and Bristlin's navigated before for Ryan Rogers, and also the owner of Dynamic Designs. So they do all of our graphics and stuff for our for Gateway Materials and the Preventing Insanity, and so it's pretty cool that we have Cody Brislin that lives here in town able to jump in with Leighton, and Leighton feel
Nice.
comfortable with it. So
I'll make a little adjustment on my sheet here. So no Cody Holzer, we're doing a Cody Brislin instead as that navigator. All right, and they got that clean run, 34.023. So nicely done there.
yeah, and I know they've been doing a lot of work on the boat. Just trying to get a little bit more here and there out of it. It's like they're, like you said, they're scratching for tenths of a second, and this and that, and it's just it's hard,
Oh, yeah.
So that's it for round one of qualifying.
Yes, sir. So they're going to double check that transponder again, make sure it's good to go. Then we're going to get into our second round. So making some adjustments here.
And then we'll get back underway with our second round of qualifying here at the ECMX Park. Our new sprint boat track here in the valley. Cool to bring it here to Lewiston, Idaho. And there's actually a lot of sprint boating history around the valley. Oh, let's see. What do we got here? Hot Shot Espresso, locally owned shop, and they got a Hot Shot Espresso over here. So you guys go check it out if you need some. They got some cool drinks, some hot drinks, and whatever kind of snacks you need as well. So another guy we want to say a special thanks to is Tony Mariana with Jetco Machine and Fabrication. Him and his crew have been a staple in the valley here for a long time, and they do a fantastic job. And thanks a lot for all your support at Jetco Machine and Fabrication.
All right, so it looks like having a little trouble keeping those that transponder tight over there, so they're going to go ahead and pull that. So
Well,
we're gonna
I'm just an innocent bystander here. If we had a problem the first time, wouldn't we fix it for the second time? Now, I'm just saying.
So now in this situation, so with that going away, we're going old school, doing hand timing, but we got a couple of timers that are going to be, doing our clocks, verifying with each other.
Oh, it works.
So-
They did it. They did a good job last time.
Yep.
It was good. So Freedom Northwest Credit Union, of course, good sponsors of the Freedom Northwest Arena that we have a lot of events down there in. We appreciate those guys being on board, the official credit union of ECMX Park. They provide us with financial needs to build and expand this park, and man, they have. And they have come in and they've really helped out, and they've really backed this whole vision with Eric and the crew. And so a special thanks going out to Freedom Northwest Credit Unions. Atlas Standing Rock, another staple here in the valley for a lot of years, and we cannot thank them enough for getting us all the rock and the gravel for our parking lots and the roads, and they've been helping maintain and working with the road graders and water trucks. And I know Jones Excavation, Brian and Austin have been helping out as well, and they've all been kind of working together and just kind of coming together and just doing the best they can with the time allotted. And you can see the improvements. I came up here earlier in the week, and it was kind of nice. They had all the gravel, and they're kind of trying to make you can see the dirt that they moved to make a flat spot up there for our campers as time goes on. You know, we can have a camping spot here, and that's the biggest problem is that everything's kind of in a hole and on a hillside, and then believe it or not, there used to be a rock pit here, so it's a bed of rock underneath here somewhere, so as you can see. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get some dirt moved and some camping spots made and all that and stuff. So special thanks going out to Atlas Standing Rock for putting out the help and getting those guys on board.
For sure. And, you know, it's really cool. ASBR Pro Racing Series only being here twice so far. It's cool, like, just seeing the evolution in between when we were here last time to now. And fans, you know, as you come out for these races, be part of that evolution. Like, be able to come out and see the changes after each race and event. It's going to be really cool. I mean, you can say, like, hey, I was there at the beginning. I watched this thing grow. And, you know, we'll see where it takes us. It's an exciting time over here.
Well, it is, and there's a lot that has to happen in time too, because we got to grow some grass, and and it takes a while, you know, and it's hard to grow grass in 100-degree weather here in the summertime, and it's always 100 degrees here, and it's just tough. So by next year, first race, it's going to be a lot different, and there'll be a lot of work done. And I've been involved with motocross tracks in the Northwest, from Spokane to Horn Rapids and Richland, Washington, and watched those facilities develop over time, and now they're just pristine facilities, and it does take time.
Definitely a cool thing to be a part of, though, and glad that even though it is still in development, that we get to be here in 2025 and do this. So
yeah, that's really cool. I think the course is cool. I mean, some of the drivers that I talked to seem to like the course, the layout, the way the width, everything seems to be pretty cool amongst the drivers as far as they like it.
For sure. It seems like during the summertime here, probably not too much of concerns of weather delays. So been pretty hot and clear when we've been here.
Yeah.
Of course, coming back, I'm just off the water in Washington, so coming back here, last time we were here, I was like, whew, hot. So this time, just shorts and tank tops outside of my ASBR stuff. So I get here yesterday, and what is it? Cold and raining. It's like, oh, I brought the Northwest with me.
That's not cold and rainy, but is that where we got that at? It's
Yep.
actually not too bad, you know. We need a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so we are back underway. Green flag up for the second round of qualifiers. Modifieds out again. This is Jolly Roger. In that first round of qualifiers, everybody ran a clean run, so nice start to the morning here in Lewiston. All right, so we pick up where we left off. It's another clean run for Jolly Roger. So 39.765, the official time there. Like you're saying, they go a little slow when they first start, and then they get it down. Just right there alone, they knocked off over 3 seconds from their first run. So nicely done there by TJ and Keith. And folks, the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series is powered by STIHL. STIHL's tools are the #1 selling brand of gasoline-powered handheld outdoor equipment in America. This legendary power and performance can now be found in the convenience of battery with no noise and limited maintenance. Pick up your power with STIHL. Find yours at stihldealers.com. Here's checkmate again. Frank and Kelly, they've just been awesome. Been at it a long time. Frank's been in the boat for over 20 years now. He was the 2004 Rookie of the Year, actually, for the USBA, and showing his skills there with another clean run. And he's going to pull in a 37.475 there, so best run of the modified so far. So quick turnaround with the modifieds. We're going to the 400s now. Pulling out of the Russell Quality Roofing lane is the 180 boat, Jolly Roger. First round of qualifiers, they had the best run of the 400s. And again, they've won both races so far this year. They like this track. They started off their season with a win here in June. So trying to go back to back to back to start off the 2025 series. This race 3 of 5. Again, we've got Yakima coming up in a couple of weeks. Would love to see you out there with us. And then we'll be back in Port Angeles September 6th and 7th for the 5th and final event. And that's going to be another clean run. So Jolly Roger, right where they were at the beginning of the day, they ran a 33.8. They shaved about a half a second off at that time, so 33.344. And I'm looking at this rotation, Doug, and I think the rotation is the culprit for why we had to drop those transponders. Because if you're looking towards the end there, and if you're following on Facebook, folks, when they're turning from that 1 to the 10 to the 9, right there, just all that water, they were just throwing at that transponder. That poor guy didn't stand a chance. Because you can see the shore right along that whole channel there is really getting some work done to it from these racers.
It is amazing how much of a spray that these boats put off,
yeah.
and they're just little 14-foot, 15-foot.
Yep. I mean, last time we were here with the way the rotation was last time, we were feeling a little bit of that up here.
Yeah, I kind of liked it, yeah.
And that's the other cool thing, folks, too, is, you know, as you can imagine, it can be left to the track owner's imagination how they want to go ahead and go about between the track owner and leadership at ASBR, how they want to go about their rotations. You're never going to see the same one from week to week. And neither will these guys, so. Just like we were saying, you know, awesome to be here, and we've got some local race teams here. Well, just because they're from here doesn't mean that they got a leg up and we're able to come out here and practice the day before or anything, because no one knows about it until right before race time. One of the cool little aspects of this sport. Knuckin' Futz out again here. That's going to be a clean run.
Knuckin' Futz. Their coolies keep your beer cold.
So 41.525, that's your official time there.
Our island hoppers are kind of looking for some relief. They might want someone to tow back in. Here.
Right? But it's definitely been smooth sailing for these guys so far. Like you were saying, our island hoppers have really gotten to enjoy themselves as spectators this time around, because these have all been clean runs this time.
Man, they were so busy at the start of the race last time, man.
Oh, yeah. That was something.
Yeah.
Also, folks, you might see the guys down there in the those bright vests with the labels and stuff on them. Those are our media guys, so glad to have them here, spreading the word.
And I'll tell you, as a fan of several motorsports events and I follow a lot of motorsports stuff, let's just put it that way, you guys do a really good job in promotion and social media and everything that you guys do, and all the cameras and all the video footage and the drone footage, and so you guys, fantastic job. My hat's off to that. I mean, you guys definitely have a fantastic crew promoting this sport.
Yeah, it's a lot of passion that's going into it. It's really cool seeing the evolution of it. You're talking about video. Dakota and his crew, new to ASBR this season. They've been doing great with us. Our longtime video duo, Paul and Bonnie, they retired after last race. It was their last race. They've been involved for a couple of decades, so a lot of passion. They're excited to pass it down to Dakota. So I think Paul and Bonnie left it in good hands there. And then photography, you can see down here in the corner near the boat launch, that's Jeff Halstead down there. He does all sorts of sports and events in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
I actually met him when I was working in baseball in a totally different sport. And then I came into ASBR and saw him, and he's like, yep, I'm just everywhere.
Yeah.
It's going to be a clean run.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of Jeff Halstead stuff in the Tribune for many, many years, so.
So 34.989 your official time there for Bad Influence, Steven and Randy. Live wire coming out again now. Live wire again, 2 boats, so racing in 2 different classes this weekend. This boat sponsored by Trap Contracting, EDS Automotive, and Machine, Doghouse Powder Coating. couple more sponsors. There's Josh Colander, Corwell Tools, and Browning & Browning. So sponsors like that helping Livewire to have 2 boats to race. So pretty cool that not only is it a father-son duo, not only do they have 2 different boats, but they also are both skilled enough to switch seats, and one drives and the other navigates depending on the class. So unique setup they got. It's going to be a clean run there.
Yeah, how fun is that? One drives one navigates, one drives the other navigates. That's kind of cool. Got a couple boats, just have some fun.
All right, so they get a 41.857 on that one. So that's with Matt driving. So kid driving on that one. We'll see how Dad does in the Unlimiteds. I'd have to imagine there's some friendly rivalry there on who puts up the better numbers.
Some friendly banter as they
Yep.
drive, yeah. All right, now we're moving on to the Unlimited, which
Yes,
we
sir.
do have 7 active boats today, 8
Yep.
total, but Hooligans didn't make it.
Hooligans didn't make it, and it looks like what I'm hearing for this round, Poison Ivy's not going to be in this qualifier, so I'm not sure if it's a boat issue that they're just trying to get kind of ironed out, checking things over, but we won't see Poison Ivy for this qualifier. Hope to see them back out for the next one.
Well, I know they've been working on it down at the race shop a lot and trying to get this thing going. So I'm sure that they're just taking this one off. If we're going to add some qualifiers anyway, it's not going to hurt him.
Yep.
So they're going to just try and get everything dialed in
Absolutely.
it's kind of makes sense. They get to go out, do a run, bring it back, make some adjustments.
Yeah, their weekend ended early last week in Port Angeles. They blew a piston at the end of the day on Saturday, so they weren't able to race on Sunday. So good to see them even back out here. As of last night, from what I'd heard, it wasn't 100% clear if they were going to be able to run or not. So just being able to get out in the water right away this morning is already, job well done for them. They've ran a clean run.
Yeah.
It's not a huge class,
Yeah.
so they can make that 8 cut. So I definitely, agree with this decision. Like, let's go in, let's double check, triple check everything, make some minor tweaks and adjustments. Again, because it's a smaller race today, they're going to get the extra qualifiers in that they don't usually have the luxury of. So. And you want to make sure that everything is working awesome on your boat if you want to compete with this kid. Because that's going to be another clean run right there for pure insanity. So might not be surprised to hear this, Doug, after the show we saw him put on last time he was here, but that's the fastest run so far today with pure insanity right there. River putting up a 31.274.
Yeah, he was probably about half throttle, I think. Yeah.
Right.
Starting to pick it up a little bit. River Rogers and Cole Keats out there, and they've been friends since they were little kids, so it's pretty cool to see them. And Cole comes from a motorsports racing background anyway, so it's really neat to see these two get to do what they do, and growing up together and riding snowmobiles and side-by-sides and this and that and stuff. So I really think that's cool. Watch these kids could be able to do that.
Oh, for sure. That's another thing that's really cool about this sport is, like, you got people just from all different walks of life. I mean, like you said, a couple of kids just growing up together. They're still kids,
They're kids.
And we've had in the past, we've got those family teams. Like we said, we've got Livewire. It's a father-son combo. We've had race teams in the past that was mom-daughter combo. You've got, some of you got teenagers up to, the older folks. So there's no age limits, anything like that on this. So you find a buddy that wants to get in a boat with you and make it work.
No, that's what's funny about this sport. There isn't really no age limit. It's just go out and have fun and
put on a show.
yeah.
Something these guys here like to do, Meaner Machine.
Yeah.
There's that Ford motor that you love. it's going to be a clean run there.
Yeah, he was pushing it that time. That's fun. That is a cool sounding boat, you know what?
Oh, yeah. So 32.322, that's the official time coming in there for Intermission.
That's quick. Good time.
Richard and Dave, they're good ones. One of Richard's career highlights, he took 4th in Worlds, so knows what he's doing out there. Then we were talking about, that's a prime example there too of no age limits and stuff. We just saw Pure Insanity before them. So River and Cole, they're 20 and 23 years old. Then we just saw Meaner Machine there. You've got Richard at 57 and Dave at 55. These guys going back to back.
Yeah, they were just young boys too.
Bootlegger out here now. They were at just under 34 seconds in their first run of the day. Looking really good so far. Gonna be a clean run. So 32.448 official time there. So as to be expected, so far in our Unlimiteds, everybody is running a better time than they did in the first qualifier, so they're getting it down.
Picking it up.
Yep. Again, smaller class sizes today, so we're actually going to run a third qualifier after this one before these guys take a little recess to watch some video, see what they want to do in the second half of the day to even improve those times. If it's your first time out watching the sprint boat races, folks, this is Saturdays are for the qualifying, trying to get those times down, get the rotation down. Sunday morning, they'll get a couple last chances to qualify. Again, so far, things looking pretty good for everybody. We've been seeing clean runs. And again, with the class size, in theory, should see all these guys at least make it to the first round of eliminations. But you still want to get a good time because then once you get into the eliminations, they go in descending order for the best times. So if you get the best time out here in qualifying, you're going to get that chance to check everybody else out before you make your run, know what you're up against.
Yeah, get to go last so that way you can know how hard to push it in each 8-cut, 4-cut, and 2-cut.
Yep. So Wicked again out here now. And it's going to be a clean run.
You see where they're... See that hole in the bank there, in the island right there? It's right where the back of the boat must be... Tell what it is. They're coming around that turn right there, and they're just like their ass ends just hitting that right there.
So Wicked gets a clean run there. 34.417 is the official time on that one. Just a couple more boats, and we're already going to be into our third round.
Yeah, all of it, everyone's got a rotation in, so everyone has a clean run. I mean, yesterday we were going into day 2, and some people didn't even have a clean run yet.
Right,
so.
yeah, so night and day difference. And you know, these guys all got to love this because they're getting the extra qualifier runs in, so that's that many more times they get to get out and get on the water in these boats. Every chance you get to go out on a track and improve yourself and learn. These guys love what they do, and they love putting on the show for everybody.
Yeah, they look like they all have a lot of fun and enjoy driving the boats that they build.
All right, so there is our first DNF of the day. So it did not finish there. Took a wrong corner there, but again, they had a clean run in their first run, so still doing all right. All right, so we got just one boat left here in the Unlimiteds before we wrap into our third round of qualifiers.
Yeah, Leighton Lilly, Cody Brislin going to be coming out and preventing insanity.
Yes, sir.
And I know they've been trying to get this boat running right, and
Yeah, they
troubles last weekend, and
Yeah,
worked through it.
They
But
got all the way into they got into the elimination rounds, and then they ran into some issues, and so they went on a 5-minute clock. Time expired just as they were getting to the boat launch, ended their weekend early, so you know they want to put on a better showing this weekend. I mean, not that it was a bad showing at all, just
they're on the 2 cut, but they still want to
Yep.
go out and make a run, right? So it's just like,
yeah, it was just heartbreak for them last week. Getting like we were watching that clock run down, and they got right to the launch. Time expired, so.
look at the water that thing sprays.
Looking good there. It's a clean run. .984, so under 32 seconds for preventing insanity there.
Looking good. And one thing to remember is he is using all hand controls on this boat too. So there's a few things he's got to navigate in his head other than just figuring out the track
Right.
and turning.
He does an awesome job, though.
Yeah, I told him, I said, I don't know, I think that might be an advantage. You know, it's like trying a video game, you know.
Right?
So we got round 3 of qualifying, getting ready to start at the top of the lineup.
Yes, sir. It's going to be Jolly Roger. Jolly Roger down there in the Rogers Motors lane.
Yeah, and a special thanks to all of our canopy sponsors, Pole Barn Willys, Rogers Motors, Bob Jackson's Body and Repair, Russell's Quality Roofing, Peters and Keats Equipment, and new to the EC Crew sponsorship, PPI Marine. Welcome them aboard.
All right, so 2:08 here, seeing what they can do on this third qualifier. Just under 40 seconds on their second qualifier. Tough spot to be in for them. Just, of course, yeah, there's just 2 boats in the class this weekend. So you're like, oh, great, cool, my chances are good. Well, the other boat in the class is the guy with the back-to-back wins and the reigning
Yeah.
champion in the modified class from 2024. So you can bet these extra qualifiers mean a lot to Jolly Roger right now because they're going to try and find any edge they can to try and dethrone Checkmate. And it's going to be a clean run. .442 official time there. That Jolly Roger boat is sponsored by Haxby Speed Marine, RC Worstco, Roadkill Grill, Impact Auto Body, and Liberty Landworks. TJ and Keith out of Spirit Lake, Idaho. Got a chance to catch up with them at the show and shine last night. They were getting excited for today's race, so they knew they were going to get a lot of runs in. We were talking about how many modifieds they had to go up against. So.
Oh, they did. They kind of like that, I guess, to get a little bit more time on the track.
Oh, yeah. You know, you've got your whole crew and then all the work you put into these things, the money, the travel, and then it's gone in 35 seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that, you know, getting opportunities like this weekend with this, you know, slightly smaller rotation, slightly smaller class sizes, they get these extra runs in, so.
An extra 80 seconds that won't hurt, right?
There's another clean run. Checkmate turning in the best time of the weekend for modified so far, 36.321 there. Checkmate and their crew again having an awesome season, and it's not just Frank and Kelly there. They got their crew down there. Ruben Bishop, he's their crew chief and resident wizard. And John Marshall, machinist and thrashing specialist. And Rick Hudson, first mate there. So
Well, they
tight-knit crew with Checkmate.
It seems like all these teams seem to find a wizard somewhere, right?
Right. Another Jolly Roger out here. This is Eric and Jen in the 400 class. Looking great again this weekend, picking up right where they left off. Both their qualifiers so far are the 2 top times in the 400 class so far this weekend. So. It's going to be a clean run. So they're dialed in. They've been, all of their run times so far have been within a half second of each other. That one was a 33.564. So high of 33.85, low of 33.34. So they're definitely dialed in.
Yeah, they came out pretty good too. Pretty confident to know the rotation.
Announcer just checking here. So are we going to go to break after this third qualifier? Has anyone heard from Dan if that's still the plan? Sounds lovely. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Nuck and Futz
Yes, sir.
coming out of the Peters and Keats. You know, the first time I was kind of scared to say it too many times quick in a row.
Oh, I hear you, right? Yeah, you really got to enunciate on this name. These guys, though, they just like to have fun out there, and they've got a little fan club that follows them. But they love building that fan base. I mean, you're talking about the koozie they gave you earlier. You talk to Brad, and he will hook you up with some Nuck and Futz stuff. So he'll ask you if you want to be a sponsor.
And yeah.
But he'll still throw a koozie your way. They got some shirts, other cool gear that they like to swing at races. So, and they got a clean run right there.
But it works because I remembered it, right? I just
Yeah, absolutely. And they got a clean run.
And it's cool. Got a little squirrel in there. Drinking beers, I think. Is that what he's doing?
Nucky likes to have a good time. 40.188, the official time there for Brad and Tanner.
Oh, we'd also like to say a special thanks to Kenzie's Coffee, another great local coffee shop here in Clarkston, and they have a couple other locations as well. So, including they have a cafe out in Asotin now too. So they wanted to let you guys all know about that, and they're kind of a new sponsor here as well. So thank you and welcome Kenzie's Coffee. bad influence, always fast, quick, clean boat, good running boat, good driver, good navigator. Who are those drivers and navigators, Adam?
That's Stephen and Randy Church. And you said good-looking boat. It is. You know, they're saluting our armed forces with that boat. You can see the silhouette of the soldier on the front there.
Yeah.
They took third back in 2023, second place last year in their class. So just continuing to get better each year. Another clean run there.
Yeah, looked pretty good.
34.219. That's how good that one was. So nicely done there by Bad Influence. Stephen and Randy, they got a lot of accolades, as like I said, third in 23, second in 24, but they've also raced in Worlds before in 2014 in the US, 2016 in New Zealand, 2018 in Australia, and then back in New Zealand earlier this year. So there's one boat left in the 400 class. It's live wire. They're on a 5-minute clock right now. We can see them starting to head down from the pit area up here. Again, if you're running into any sort of mechanical issues when it's your time up, you do get a 5-minute clock, so you still have an opportunity, but if you can't be up and ready to go within that 5 minutes, you'll get what's called a DNS, did not start. So 4 goes that round of qualifying for you. But we just saw the trailer coming past us. Looks like they're pulling in down there now, so we should see them on the ramp any second here.
Yeah, and the most important thing is that they get a clean run so they can get into the 8 cut today and tomorrow. It's going to be important that they just make a clean run, because pretty much we got our classes just set, basically. We don't have to worry about it. There's not more than 8 in any of them.
Right. So again, take advantage of that. Get those clean runs in. Get that rotation down. Give yourself an opportunity when lunch comes to be able to go back, watch the video, see where you might be able to trim up a couple things and shave down those seconds.
Yeah, and it is kind of fun to watch as you see them as they come out and run after run, and they take a different approach, different exit, a different entrance to the corners, and just how they use the apex. And it's just kind of interesting to see how these kind of boats tune up. And I know they do some work behind the scenes as far as putting different trim tabs and different, fins on them or whatever they're doing. It's just kind of interesting, the minute changes that they make and make such a big difference in the water.
For sure. And they also, another cool thing with this sport is they talk amongst each other with other race teams and stuff, being like, hey, what did you see? Where can I improve a bit? I saw that when we had wrapped up in Port Angeles last week. They aren't here this weekend, but Purcell Racing was at our Port Angeles track, and their driver, Jeff, was talking with Dan Morrison after the race and kind of talking about ways that he can improve, and Dan was kind of telling him what he saw there. So interesting conversation to oversee, and everybody just wanting to get better.
Yeah, that's cool that they share that information with each other. Some sports are very tight-knit about
right. And a lot of times, you're watching sports on TV, anytime there's any sort of a conference, guys are putting hands over their mouths and stuff, so no one's listening to anything they're talking about. These guys, they're talking to each other all day about how do I get better.
Yeah. And in motorsports, it works that way quite a bit. I mean, and I get it. Obviously, if you figure out a secret, but like there isn't no secrets, right? It's just eventually the secret's going to be out. So
The secret is go fast.
yeah, exactly. So
Go as fast as you can. Try not to find the beach.
yeah,
Stay in the water. Go fast.
don't hit the islands and look out for the island hoppers. Let's how does do that. Here we go out of the Rogers Motors.
This is 02 actually, so we are still in 400s. So this is the last of the 400s coming out of Rogers Motors there. That is live wire. So they beat that 5-minute clock. They're good to go. With their 2 boats, these guys are getting some running around in today. They don't have a whole lot of time to get prepped for their next boat after this. And reminder, race teams, we are going to do driver and navigator introductions immediately following this round of qualifiers. So be ready to go out there and get introduced. Again, driver and navigator introductions immediately following this round of qualifiers. So just a few boats to go for that. Green flag is up. And the last of our 400s in our 3rd round of qualifiers here at ECMX Motorsports Park. It is the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. Race 3 out of 5 on the season. Hey, they're going to hang in there for a clean run. They were bouncing a little bit towards the end there, but able to maintain it and put together a clean run. 40.221 the official time there.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as they come out of some of these corners in the early runs, and they got some cavitation. They figure out a way to tighten that up and keep that from cavitating, whether it be the approach and the apex that they take on the corners, or they change something on the pumps or the intake grade or the different things that they can do. That's kind of impressive to me to watch these things suck down to the water as we get closer into the racing tomorrow.
And then just something that, is like the standard fan you might not think about is when they're going through this rotation, they're learning too how the wakes they're creating are affecting them later in the track.
Right, yeah, I
like
noticed,
you just saw right there with Livewire, that wake that they created, they are bouncing across it at the end there, still hold on for the clean run. So lots of small intricacies that you just wouldn't even think about for just the standard, first-time fan, everything that goes into this.
Yeah, that was kind of like, for me, the first time really watching it that close and seeing the difference that it makes in the hundred thousandths of a second to tenths of a second, and it's just kind of interesting. And water's tricky, right? So holy moly, Rob Coley.
Poison Ivy out here for the Unlimiteds. Again, they sat out the last qualifier, so that Poison Ivy boat looking real good this weekend. Nice clean look to it. Looks like they've added some more graphics since we saw them last time. Some more sponsors on there.
Definitely got it wrapped up.
And it's going to be a clean run.
It's got
35.215, the official time there for Poison Ivy.
That's a good run. It definitely has a different sound to it.
Right? You were talking about how Intermission, they've got that loud Ford motor for that New Zealand team. You got Rob Coley from New Zealand here. Seems like he's got one of the quieter, smoother motors. All right, pure insanity out again here.
River Rogers, Cole Keats. Get a little information from Ryan Rogers about Rob Coley's poison ivy, so we'll talk about that as he comes back out a little bit, kind of what's going on.
Sounds good.
Got a little insight.
Okay, very good. There. Just about broke the 30-second mark on that one.
Did he do it? Did he do it?
30.046. Got it. Thank you. All right, so we got about 5 more boats for this third round of qualifiers. Then we're going to take our brief little recess so that these guys can get ready for the second half of the day. Maybe cool down a little bit. Meaner Machine offloading underneath the Peters and Keats equipment canopy. There's another clean run. Hurrah! 32.600 official time there for Meaner Machine.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Bootleggers at it again now. Bootleggers putting together a clean run there. Very nicely done there. 31.768 your official time there. Thought they looked quick on that one, Doug.
That looked good. I mean, he's changing his entrance, the apex of the corners, and I mean, that thing looked good.
Had so much momentum at the end there, he wrapped back around the whole track after coming through the
Yeah.
finish. So
Yeah, why not? He was having fun. You can see he had open face helmets on, so you could see the smile on his face, you know?
got Wicked Racing back out there now. They cut their time off by about a second in their last run.
Does he have any more? Any more seconds?
That one's going to be a clean run.
I was busy watching the drone.
33.792 your official time there. So Wicked Racing cuts about a half second off their time. Best time of the weekend here.
I think these guys are having fun. Looks like they're enjoying themselves.
Oh, yeah.
I think the last time it was a little frustrating to start off with.
Oh yeah. That was the a first that I've seen where a rotation changed mid-event, but
Well, yeah.
You know?
Well, and it's my first event, so I'm going, what's going on here? You know.
yeah, Doug was talking to me the first time we got here. It was first time out to a sprint boat race, and he's like, so is this why they don't finish? Because they don't learn it until the night before? Is this normal? I was like,
Is this normal?
this is a little outside of the normal last time, but this rotation definitely going a lot smoother for these guys. They look like they're having a good time out there.
Yeah, you can see the smiles, you can see the fist pumps, and the knuckles of when a good run. They come around the navigator. You can kind of see that as they're coming through, and it's cool to see. You know, just
That raw emotion from these
Yeah.
guys
exactly.
and gals. All right, so live wire out there now. The O2M. We got our only DNF so far today, but they also had a clean run in their first round, so they're trying to improve on a 46 and change that they ran this morning. Looking good so far. Oh! Fishtailing a bit there, but able to maintain control. They're going to hang in there for a clean run. So 41.109 your official time there. Livewire doing a good job there. We saw them kind of fishtailing a little bit, catching the edge of one of those islands when they came out of the 10 into the 9 there, but able to hold on, making that turn back around the 12 and finishing with a clean run. So nicely done there. It's going to net them their best time this weekend. And now we got just one more.
One more. Preventing insanity. Leighton Lilly and Cody Brislin. At least we kept the first name the same so we don't get...
They got just under 32 seconds last time out.
Let's see if he picks it up a little bit here.
We saw that from them last time we were out. I feel like if I remember for Preventing Insanity, that was one of our ones that we saw just every single run. They were shaving time, shaving time, shaving time.
It's kind of methodical that way. Just kind of,
That's the word I was looking for. Leighton seems very methodical in the way he does
takes his time.
this.
He knows he's got a little more when he, doesn't. Tighten it up and change this and that and dial it in. And here we go. Let's see we get for a final run of the first round of qualifying.
Preventing Insanity. They're sponsored by Gateway Materials and Trailers, Rogers Motors, Superior Construction, Hot Shot Espresso, Westside Machine Race Engines, Sparco, Dynamic Designs, Building King, and DHC TV Plastics. All right, Preventing Insanity is going to wrap up the first half of the day with a clean run there.
Look good.
Yeah, they do it with an exclamation mark for sure. It's 30.857, your official time there. So
tightening it up.
Very nicely done there. So that's going to wrap up the first half of the day's qualifiers. Everybody having a good time out there?
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming out and joining us here at ECMX Park for the third event of the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series. We're going to introduce you to our drivers and navigators. And then these guys are going to go check out their boats, make sure they're ready for the second half of the day's action. Fans, be sure to be checking out the local vendors that we have on site. We're so happy to have them here, contributing to making this a great weekend for you. So get yourself something cool to drink or hot to eat. Also, be sure to check out the vendors for our race teams that are here. They got some cool swag you can take home with you.
Yeah, they got some cool merch booths, and they actually got some pretty cool stuff. Actually, good-looking merch here this weekend. So make sure you go and check some of these merch booths out that these drivers have, and it goes to a good cause. It supports the racing efforts as they travel around. And
absolutely
appreciate the Island Hoppers. You guys rock and roll. You guys just want to jump in, just let us know. Just give you the word. You can kind of cool off a little bit.
All right, so our Island Hoppers, they're going to take a much well-deserved break. Cool down a little bit, grab something to eat. So, 1 minute. Again, this is our third event of the 2025 series. Join us in Yakima next weekend and back in Port Angeles in September. And as we go to break here, we want to take this time to go ahead and introduce you to the drivers and navigators for the 2025 series. All right, we are going to start things off, folks, with our modified class for this weekend in the 208 boat, Jolly Rogers, TJ Burrows, and Keith Brownsberger. Also in the modified class this weekend, it's Checkmate, Frank and Kelly Toptemark, the number 55 boat. And into our 400 class now. In the 180 boat, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, and Jen Farmer. 85, Nuck and Futz, Brad Castle and Tanner Castle. Bad Influence 156, Stephen Church and Randy Church. And in the O2 boat live wire, it's Matt Denson and Von Trapp. And in our unlimited class this weekend, we've got Poison Ivy number 111, Rob Coley and Tanner Ward. And Pure Insanity 285, River Rogers and Cole Keats. 43, Meaner Machine, Richard Murray and Dave Eliason. And number 33, Bootlegger, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan. Number 711, Hooligans, Jesse Hart and Michelle Heindel. Number 10, Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Also in the unlimited class, live wires Von Trapp and Matt Denson in the O2M boat. And wrapping things up in your unlimited class, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Brislin. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. All right, folks, we're going to take a little brief intermission here. We'll be back in just a bit for you. Thank you so much for joining us today. It is the 2025 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Resuming at the boat launch at 1 p.m. Thank you. an extra crew member up here in the pits. So sounds like there's someone's dog running around up here in the top pit area. So if you are missing your furry friend, they've been running around over here in the pit area.
Well, if it's a lab, it probably wants to get down there in the water and go swimming.
All right, and Doug, so when I was coming back here when Jolly Roger was first getting started, was talking with officials. So with how many qualifiers we're running and with more qualifiers in the morning, one thing we have to take into consideration is fuel. And
Yeah.
so with already us doing a scheduled extra one today, we're actually going to do 2 more qualifiers this afternoon. So a total of 5 today. So,
Perfect.
So hang out with us, guys, for these last 2 qualifiers. Then tomorrow morning, we'll get a couple more in before the elimination round. So schedule of events for the rest of the day, folks. 2 more qualifiers here at ECMX Park. And then tomorrow, we're going to finish up those qualifiers before our finals.
A couple more in the morning.
Yep.
And then we'll start our 8 cut from there.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
good to know.
Racing's a cool deal, but you can't do it without that gas. So.
Yeah, but you kind of gave him an extra one a day just to kind of work some bugs out, so that's cool, I guess. You know,
Yeah.
some people kind of like it. Maybe Jolly Rogers is kind of wishing they'd. Now they were putting in a good run though.
Yeah, they were, and like you said, gave the fans a little bit of excitement there.
I do like your fire suits though. The fire suits, they rock. Looking sharp, boys. Looking sharp.
So TJ and Keith getting a DNF there to start off this afternoon, but they're still in good shape. I mean, they definitely qualified for eliminations.
Yeah, yeah. They're probably going to make it all the way to the 2 cut.
One thing to keep in mind, though, is they can't take it too much for granted because even with the small class size, if they get a DNF in any of in the finals rounds, it's a done day for them.
Yeah, right.
So maybe they'll ease through the first and second elimination rounds tomorrow.
Yeah, they don't want to do that in one of those.
No.
Yeah.
Because that was another thing I was discussing over the break was with this particularly small class this time around. So how is that going to help, or what's that going to do for elimination rounds? And officials were letting me know that they will indeed still do the 8 cut and the 4 cut, just between the 2 of them. No one can DNF, and then they'll end up taking on each other again for the championship. So Checkmate and Jolly Roger are going to get a lot of runs in this weekend.
Yeah, kind of checking each other, right? It's just like, can one pick it up? Is somebody going to lay it down? Or, you know, it's kind of, I always kind of like that cat and mouse thing that these guys kind of play. And
it'll be interesting, too, to see with, these extra runs going in there, how many teams may choose to, withhold from being in a qualification round or 2, just to, you got to play the long game with that
Yeah.
as well.
don't want to throw out your best stuff right off the bat.
All right, so here's Checkmate. Really, all they do is throw out their best stuff. I don't remember the last time they lost.
No, they always run good. Their boat runs good, good driving.
All right, looks like we got another clean run for Checkmate. So your official time there, 36.340. So within 0.02 of a second of their last run.
How is it out there?
And folks at home, if you are just tuning in, this is the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by STIHL. We are in Lewiston, Idaho this weekend at ECMX Park for race 3. If you'd like to follow along with our rotation, check out EC Enterprises Motorsports Park on Facebook. They have the rotation posted there to follow along. A little bit shorter rotation today, so we actually got in 3 qualifiers in the first half of the day, and then in our 4th of 5 total for Saturday. So including this one, 2 more qualifiers this afternoon before we come back in the morning and get ready for eliminations. Also, if you're just tuning in, our class sizes for today, modified's just 2. Jolly Roger and Checkmate taking on each other, as we just saw there. In the 400 class, we got 4 boats there this weekend. And then our largest class this weekend, the unlimited class, with 8 registered, 1 boat not racing that was registered. Hooligans having some mechanical issues, so they are here, but unable to race this weekend. So looking forward to seeing 7-Eleven out on the track soon. Hopefully we'll get to see them in Yakima next week. All right, so going into the 400s now, sounds like the 180 boat Jolly Roger not going to be running in this round, so they're going to get a DNS. But like we were talking about already, Doug, they're having a solid weekend, so okay to take a qualifier off here. I mean, they've been under 34 seconds all morning, so.
Yeah, they've been fast. So with an extra qualifier already today, they probably just take this one off.
They come back out for the 5th one and put a bow on their day. And
make sure they got whatever they needed to tweak corrected, and get ready and watch some films and some GoPros and get ready for tomorrow. Knuck and Futz!
It's going to be a clean run. Nicely done there for Knuck and Futz. So 39.478 your official time there. Got to be fun for Brad out there this weekend. So Dakota Hembock's usual navigator. Dakota could be here this weekend. So that's Tanner Castle in there with Brad. It is Brad's son. So
Oh, nice.
getting to do a father-son race this weekend.
Yeah.
And then just like Dad, Tanner, following in Brad's footsteps, he's a Valley firefighter, so appreciate what the Castles do for their community.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool to watch these drones follow these boats around. It's amazing how, and they got a bottle, I see they got a little zip-tied water bottle, empty water bottle on the bottom, so when he lands it doesn't, it's like a little suspension, you know?
I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
They are doing a really good job with that, though. I had a chance to go back and watch a little bit of our feed during the lunch break.
Yeah.
And it's pretty awesome. So if you haven't checked out the video feed before for ASBR Pro Racing Series, we do stream every race for free on Facebook and YouTube. Again, that's just ASBR Pro Racing Series, so you can watch some of this video. So Bad Influence out for the 4th time this weekend now. They're looking really good here. This might be their best run so far. It's a clean one.
Yeah, they're starting to pick it up now.
I'm sorry, can you get that one more time? All right, so that was their best run, 33.788, so nice and not a Bad Influence. And we found out whose dog it is.
Yeah, Brad Castle.
Nuckin' Futz, your dog is running wild up here.
I think it wanted to go swimming. Or maybe a boat ride. I don't know, Brad.
All right, so here is Live Wire. Kind of funny, half the 400 class is father-son teams today. Half the 400 class is father-son teams today.
Oh, that's cool.
And that is going to be a DNF. So DNF there for Live Wire. It's going to be the end of the 400s. So as Live Wire heads back in, we're going to go on to the Unlimiteds. Now, Doug, we were talking about the 111 boat, Poison Ivy, earlier.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're on the clock right now from what I'm hearing. They're downstairs trying to work some stuff out. You heard a little bit during the break about some mechanical issues that they might have been having?
Yeah, they're struggling with they only got 6 cylinders right now working. They got 2 turbos and they're trying to get this thing the bugs worked out. If when they get this thing worked out, it should be a really fast boat. So they're working hard to just they got to make the right tweaks, and I don't know we don't have Gary Peters here right now. We can't do all the ins and outs of all that kind of stuff, but I know that 8 cylinders is better than 6. Let's just put it that way.
Yes. So they are on that clock. They're going to see if they can't get up and rolling. So in the meantime, got River and Cole back out there now.
Get the Pure Insanity boat out there. They've been a class act on their Pulse race team, and River and Cole been doing a great job.
Let's see if they can get under 30 seconds here. They were just over it in their last run. It was like 30.04.
Oh,
So let's see if they can get just under that 30-second mark this time.
oh yeah. $28.9. I'm just saying. I'll see how close I am. Let's see how close I am.
29.191.
I was close. I was close.
Nicely done there, Dougie. So 29.191, your official time there for Pure Insanity. Best time of the weekend so far. Now we'll see how close they get to 25 seconds by the end of the weekend.
I know. I was like, you could tell. Like, all right, now he's picking it up. You can.
So a little bit of time left on the clock still for Poison Ivy as that clock is winded down. Meaner Machine's out there now. This looks like a little trouble down in the boat launch.
That's what they do in the monster trucks. You know, they do get ready to go, and they put their hands out when their truck's running, and they have a safety switch, right? And so they have a remote control to that safety switch, and they want to make sure it's safety. So they put their arms out to the side, just as he just did right there. Well, different reasons, of course, but same kind of deal, you know.
So Island Hopper is going to head over there, help out Meaner Machine. We may have jinxed ourselves in the first half of the day, Doug, talking about how fast everything was moving. Fourth round of qualifiers having a couple of hiccups.
That's all right. Just talking to some of the people and friends here that I have, and they're really enjoying it. A lot of fun. Nice to have this here in the LC Valley, so thanks a lot to the whole EC Enterprises crew and all the people that support this thing. And it takes a lot of work behind the scenes that nobody ever sees to get this kind of stuff going on. So we're much appreciated to have this here in the LC Valley.
All right, got a quick little update. So for ASBR officials, Joe, the tech guy, could you head on down to the boat launch, please? Need to have you check some stuff out. So tech guy is going to go take a look, see what's going on. We'll get everything back up and running.
Thank you to Island Hoppers jumping in there. It's nice this time of day to cool down a little bit.
All right, so some updates for what's going on down there. Time has expired for 111, so Poison Ivy's still trying to get some things figured out. Pure Insanity gets the clean run. Meaner Machine looks like they're going to have the tech look at. So lots happening down at the launch right now.
You know, and that's the thing. It's like These boats are trick, right? I mean, they are trick, but they are temperamental, and just the littlest things. And then, you know, I mean, you don't know, right? It's kind of chasing a witch. What's going on? Well, I don't know. I think it's this. I think it's that. It's like,
Just eyeing things down there in the pits. Looks like Joe's roaming around down there, so he's probably checked out whatever's going on with some of the boats there.
bootlegger decides to make a U-turn, head right back to the trailer. If I recall, they had a pretty good run last time too. Starting to pick up the pace. The number 33 boat.
Yeah, they've been good. They were at under 32 seconds last time, so. Listening in here, seeing what route Bootlegger wants to take, because I thought they were coming back in to restart, that they had just, you know, not gotten an idling start or whatever. I was checking in on some other notes, but I thought they were just turning around to restart, but now they're back up on the trailer, so I'm wondering, are they going to get on the 5-minute clock? Or nope, it's okay. They're going to take the DNS.
They're getting out, so yeah.
So it did not start there for Bootlegger. But like you were saying, they've had a good weekend so far, so they're still in good shape.
Yeah, they've been running pretty good.
Wicked looking really good here in the fourth qualifier. And it's going to be a clean run. All right, so that was Wicked there. It was a clean run. It was 33.649. Best run of the day for Dan and Sammy. I feel like Dan might have a little bit extra in him this weekend. I could overhear him talking at lunch with his crew, and he was telling them that it finally hit him this weekend that this is his last season.
Oh,
So-
yeah. Yeah, well, there's only a couple rounds left after this, I guess. So
Yeah.
as far as for the series goes, and kind of got to start thinking about that, huh?
Yeah, he's sounded like he was talking to his crew, and he was saying, you know, I finally got a little choked up about it. So retiring at the end of the year, he's been in this thing for a long time, but still definitely going to be very much involved. Heck, he's the president of the ASBR, so he's definitely going to be around, just not in the boat this time.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he does for the rest of the series.
We'll see. Maybe he'll have a couple tribute drives, you know. Come
Right,
back and-
something like that. And then, so updates. 2 DNSs happened down on the launch while we've been up here. So both Meaner Machine and Bootlegger both did not starts for this qualifier. So with that, it's going to give us just 2 more in the unlimiteds, live wire and preventing insanity, and then we're going to wrap back around for qualifier number 5.
All right, here we go. Live wire. Oh!
So close to the clean run, but back end finds the beach there, and it's going to be a DNF. Island Hopper's getting a chance to cool down a little
Island
bit.
Hoppers, Moto Jet, Patrick. They do get some clean runs, and then they start pushing it just a little bit and pushing it just a little bit. Find out what the limit is.
Live wire almost had it there too. So live wire just comes up short. Just 2 channels were left on that run. Coming out of that 9. Couldn't quite make the 12 there. And then all they would have had to do is get to the finish line. So DNF, but so close.
That's tough. That's tight right there, that turn going into 12. Coming out of 9, I guess that's what it would be.
Yep, and then now that these guys are, like you're saying, starting to push it a little bit more, it's a little more dicey.
Yeah. There's no real apex, pretty much a hairpin right there. You know
Yes.
what I mean?
And not a whole lot of time to look and correct anything, because if you're coming around, like just picture yourself in that boat there, again where their eyes are about 3 feet up from the ground, and you're coming around that curve right there, you're immediately whipping back into that channel. So, but if you overcorrect, you're gonna catch that island there on the other side. So
Yeah, 180 all the way, right? It's like,
but still a cool little rotation today.
it's-
Looks like a fun one.
it looks good. I think all the drivers are enjoying it. Looks, you know, everybody had it figured out right off the bat, and just haven't really had a problem with that at all. So
So I still think of it as like a shoe tying rotation. It just feels like, you know,
Yeah.
over and under through the loop.
and the speed's picking up. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
you could tell when River took off. It was just you know, his intensity level stepped it up a little bit. You know, so just seeing what he can get out of it.
All right, so we got preventing insanity out next, and then just one more round of qualifiers this afternoon. Definitely some good runs this morning, though. These race teams all got to be feeling good. I mean, as it stands right now, everybody's qualified to make it to an elimination round. Everybody's got at least one clean run in. They made it look easy the first half.
Yeah, everybody's feeling good, right? So Everybody can go back and work on their game plan for tomorrow. And
good day for all these clean runs too, because right now with it being about, the tail end of this first day of the third event, we're really at the halfway point of the series right now. Just 2 more after this. So again, Yakima 2 weeks from now, and then a couple weeks after that back in Port Angeles.
yeah, it's going to be cool, Yakima. Unfortunately, I won't be able to. I wanted to go check it out, but I'll be riding some dirt bikes that weekend. But I would really like to go check that place out. It sounds like it's from some of my buddies that live over. It sounds like it's going to be a really cool facility.
I've heard they've been, working away at that track. I remember hearing that plan in the works when they first announced it a couple of years ago. So really cool.
Oh yeah, there you go. He's picking it up too.
The always methodical Leighton Lilly opening it up here a bit here in this 4th round. This last turn here that got live wire last time. Looks like Preventing Insanity has got it just fine, though. It's going to be a clean run.
Yeah.
All right, how about this for a run, folks? 30.719, your official time there for the number 27 boat. Very nicely done there by Leighton and Cody.
Yeah, nice run by Preventing Insanity. Once again, just stepping it up just a little bit. River kind of setting the pace. The 29-1.
Preventing Insanity right behind them. Deja vu of the first race out here a few weeks ago.
Yeah, definitely. And they just click those seconds off, it's just amazing to watch them get these things dialed in as the day goes on. Still hard at work on the Poison Ivy, Rob Coley, so you can see the crew down there helping out,
Yeah,
trying to get him going.
This is that 5th round of qualifiers. They want to get in there. Final chance today.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to just make one more run and just, hopefully work some of the bugs out.
Absolutely. All right, well, here is Jolly Roger.
Back to the top of the order.
Yes, sir. 5th and final qualifier this afternoon. Jolly Roger was our first boat to find land earlier with the DNF they had in the 4th round. Looking for a clean run here to wrap things up. DNF.
Oh, man.
Right there. Overshot that final turn.
I haven't seen anyone do that today either yet.
So close there. So Jolly Roger, they're going to finish their day with their best round came in the 3rd round of qualifiers at 38.442. Second half of the afternoon, a little rough, but
So the pressure is on. They do have to pick it up, and they know it, right? So.
All right, last boat for the modifieds today. Checkmate. So far today, Frank and Kelly have cut about 6 seconds off their starting time from this morning, so they're feeling good.
Yeah, their boat always runs good too. Good driver.
They're going to end the day with a clean run.
Nice way to finish off the day.
Yes, sir. Just over 36 and a half seconds there. 36.512 to be exact. So 5 runs today, all clean for Checkmate. That's the way you want to start your weekend. So 400 starting back up. We remember coming out of the break in the 400s, Jolly Roger, the 180 boat, Eric and Jen, they took a DNS for that 4th round of qualifier. Assumed down there in the launch area, so it looks like they're going to come back out here for the 5th and final qualifier this afternoon. So far running the best times in their class. Personal best for them today is a 33.344, so see if they can beat that to go into tonight.
They should be happy with that.
All right, back now. Radio went down for a minute there. I was getting the time on that one for us. So was a clean run for 180. 32.868 for Jolly Roger there. Okay.
Is the dog with them? The dog is in there.
All right, Nuck and Futz in the water for one last time this afternoon. And it's gonna be a clean run. .885, that's gonna be Nuck and Fut's best run so far this weekend. So Nuck and Fut's liking this course so far. They ended in the middle of the pack last time that we were in Lewiston. I was just checking a look at our point standings. They know they'll be at least top 4 this time, so got to be happy with that.
Yeah, they're making it to the 4 cut, as long as nothing goes haywire.
Bad influence out again. They've taken a little time off on every run they've had today. Got it in under 34 seconds in their last qualifier. And it's going to be a DNF. So DNF for bad influence, but still got to be happy with the showing they put on today. They put up some of the best runs so far this weekend. Right now they're right behind Jolly Roger when it comes to times for today. So
yeah, they always seem to be strong. Boat runs good and
standing out like they're going to be the main competition for Jolly Roger as they try to defend that back-to-back wins they've got. So watch out for bad influence.
All right, they looking good.
All right, so last 400 coming out there as they push Livewire off the trailer there.
Yeah, no reverse. He's always got to make
just
got to
getting a
make a
little help there.
loop-de-loop right there, yeah.
So they'll idle on up towards the starting line. You'll see, folks, these boats, they come out real calm, slow idling. Aren't allowed to be on the throttle at all really coming out because everybody's got to have that same idle start. All right, live wire, ending their day with a clean run.
Little hiccup there.
All right, so the 400 class wraps up there with live wire running a 40.747. They got to be feeling good. How about you, fans? You feeling good out there? Everybody having a good time? All right. So we have got just one more class of boats for you this afternoon. Unlimited's coming out for their 5th and final qualifier now. Don't forget to be right back here tomorrow morning at 10. When we come back in the morning, these boats are going to get just a couple other chances to qualify, and then elimination rounds tomorrow afternoon, the real good stuff. So going into the Unlimiteds, sounded like Poison Ivy did indeed want to come out again for this run. They're tracking them down now. Not sure if they're still working on that boat. So they're on the clock. And then it sounds like pure insanity. They're gonna take this qualifier off so they can just kind of go back, study overnight, and see what they need to do to try and win this thing. They've got the best run of the weekend so far, so they feel fine sitting this qualifier out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what preventing insanity is going to do. They're over there working on some stuff. See all the crew members going every direction.
Right.
Rick Holzer digging in toolboxes. Brian Jr. working on the pump.
One of the cool things about having the pits right behind us, able to kind of get the
Yeah.
behind the scenes look while we're working over here.
But it helped me like kind of learn more about the sport the first time here because I got to kind of see all the workings
Right.
of what everyone was kind of doing and stuff. So it just for me as a newbie here, it really was fun. So it made it interesting for me.
And no one's shy.
No.
They love telling you about their boats.
Yeah, I know. I like that.
Another thing about this family is you don't go hungry at these things either.
I know. You've offered me food, and yeah, Roger's offered me food, and Leighton, those guys offered me food. I appreciate it all. That's cool. It's really neat. I
Yeah, no,
appreciate it.
Really, really cool group of people.
Good run, River. Yeah, it was. Well, we got Holy Moly Rob Coley back in the water. Man, they've been scrambling on this thing. They've been really working hard. So, and talking to Ryan, once they get this thing going, it should be pretty fast.
All All right, looks like they're getting the okay, so we will indeed see Poison Ivy one more time this afternoon. That clock halfway expired, 2.5 minutes left there for 111. All right, they're offloading right now. Let's see what they got for us.
All right, and this is one of 2 boats that he sent over here. This is the other boat. And that's why they're just been trying to work the bugs out of it. And
I'm curious to see this one at full strength.
I know, right? It's like he's already putting in some pretty good runs, and just the whistle sound kind of sounds like a turbine, you know, type of situation. Just well, that does seem like it's going better.
Looking good so far. Going to be a clean run.
They're definitely getting better, that's for sure. Good job, Rob Coley and crew.
All right, so they're going to clock out for the day to 34.827. Best run of the weekend so far for Poison Ivy.
There you go. So it's the best run. That's nice. Now we can go work a little more of the bugs out of that thing, and they'll come back here tomorrow ready to go.
And like we were saying, pure insanity, they're calling it a day. They're in great position anyway, so taking this qualifier off. We'll see them again in the morning. Meaner machine offloading now. All right, so it's going to be a did not start. Looked like we saw some issues going on down there. Back in Port Angeles, they were having some issues with their reverse bucket. Kind of wondering if it's something similar here. So the reverse bucket issues they had last week continuing to plague them, but it was a really quick turnaround, just 1 week between races. So
Yeah, that's definitely fast.
if you were, having
I think we got it, but we don't.
Yep. You got to think between the travel time alone and the races itself. These guys are, a lot of them aren't actually home until Tuesday after a weekend race. So to get home and then turn around and come out to another race right away the next weekend, does not give you a whole lot of time for
It really doesn't. And
maintenance.
you got to get all the things. I mean, gone through. Make sure you know your checks and. You know, I don't know what all goes into these boats, but I'm sure they check a lot of things. You know what I mean? You have to, because.
All right, so we got Bootlegger out here now.
Now, last time he just made a U-turn and went right back in.
Yep. Still trying to figure out what exactly happened on that.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just saving it all for here because this looks like a really good run right out of the gate. He's coming out hot.
He's driving it, that's for sure. Wow,
That's going to be a clean run.
that was impressive.
Let's see what the final time is on that one.
Just don't lift.
All right, so how about this for an official time? 31.081. Bootlegger, their best run of the weekend.
Yeah, by far their best run of the weekend. That looked good. Looks like he was having fun. He's smiling.
It just looks like a fun rotation, too.
Yeah.
And now I'm hearing on the radio, so Intermission is still trying to get those reverse bucket issues figured out. So they are actually on a clock right now. They got about 3 minutes left on there. So we may still see them. They're just trying to, get everything ironed out so they can get that one last run in today.
Yeah, I can see him down there working on it. See what Dan has here.
The Wicked boat.
Wicked.
Kind of funny, the last race was in Port Angeles. Sammy, the navigator for this boat, it was her birthday. And her little girl and her friends came up to the announcing booth right before the race started and were like, can we sing happy birthday to my mom? And so they sang happy birthday on the broadcast our last race. So pretty cool. Again, it's a family sport. That's going to be a clean run.
He's pushing it. Need them suction cups tightened up, right? Tighten them suction cups up a little bit.
33.658. That's going to be the final run for Wicked. Capping off a nice day for them. They're kind of averaging out around that time. That's 3 runs in a row now that they're right around that time. So you can kind of see where the limits are as we get further into the race. You'll see certain boats, they always seem to be right around that certain time.
You could tell he was pushing it in some of the corners, and he was kind of sliding out, cavitating, and so he's definitely finding out. And I don't know if they go back and make some tweaks or change some fins or whatever they do with the intake. I don't know how that works. I know that, maybe figure something out by pushing it that extra level and seeing what they can do to make it stick a little bit better.
We're probably going to see a lot of those tweaks happen overnight tonight. One of the things that I was kind of hearing in the pits during our break was, with the amount of boats we've got, and with this being a quick turnaround in this rotation, there's just not a whole lot of time to get that work done on your boat today.
Right, yeah. Well, Machine's back in the water, so. plugging in.
So we'll see if we get to see them. Hoping so. Live wire out now for the last time this afternoon. O2M. They had that DNF last time. They overdid it a little bit on the final curve. All right, that's going to be a clean run for live wire.
All right, he got it down this time.
Yes, they do. To the tune of 40.490, so that's their best run of the afternoon.
Oh, good. He's going to go home feeling good about that. Be able to relax, get some...
I got to think all these teams are going to be feeling pretty decent tonight. We've seen lots of good racing so far.
Yeah, and like you said, they're having fun, and go back and watch some video, maybe make some tweaks on some things. And
Looks like Intermission's trying to get back in the water now.
I don't know, don't look like they got it fixed. Does that mean safe?
You're out! The same. All right, so clock expired.
Ah.
So yes, wrong sign there. We saw the safe sign. It was more like,
There you go, there you go, okay. I'm new at this, right? So I got to learn all
you're
the...
doing
I
great.
got to learn all the signals. Well, the scramble for preventing insanity is paid off as they're backing in now, so didn't know
This
if
are- Last boat of the afternoon. Let's see if they lay it all out there for everybody.
I'm sure he'll. Obviously, they made some changes to something, so we'll see if the changes worked. Flux capacitor. Thank you, Ryan Rogers.
All right, here we go. Preventing Insanity, last boat of the day. Here at EC Enterprises Motorsports Park in Lewiston, Idaho. Third race of the year in the 2025 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series.
Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Cody Brislin. See what they got here.
Having a really good day so far. They've had all clean runs. Just over 30 seconds on a couple of them, so shaping up to be another very competitive weekend in the unlimited class. And it's going to be a clean run to wrap things up on day one here in Lewiston. Nicely done there by Preventing Insanity. 31.353, your official time.
Definitely a nice run for Leighton and Cody.
Great way
Looked like he was changing his apex of the corners, trying to carry a little bit more momentum through the middle of the turn.
Wraps up a very nice day for them and puts a cap on day one for us. So highlight of the day, looking over our times here, we saw Pure Insanity turn in that time of under 30 seconds. Best time we saw today, 29.191. Should be interesting to see what they come out with tomorrow. Want to thank all of our fans for joining us this afternoon. Thank you so much for coming out, and thank you to our race teams, all the race officials, our safety crews, island hoppers, emergency services personnel, the video and audio folks that make our feeds look and sound so great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, all the people behind the scenes that make this thing happen, we appreciate you. We'll be back here tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
That's right, Doug. So 10 a.m., folks, tomorrow. We will see you right back here, EC Enterprises Motorsports Park. We will have a couple final rounds of qualifiers in the morning and then the eliminations. This is the third race of the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by STIHL. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will see you tomorrow morning, folks.
See ya!